A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Summer in the Netherlands, beautiful weather over here. You are watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and we are standing at the Polderbaan today for arrivals. And I want to start off with a massive, tremendous, big thank you to Sander, who just now gifted 10 memberships and also became a member himself again. So Sander, welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge, and also a massive big thank you to the to you for the 10 gifted memberships, 10 new members courtesy of you. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, one and all. Sander, dankjewel kerel, dat is echt above and beyond gast. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. And also, Cargolux A just became a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to you too. Hope you'll like it in the lounge. Sander will be able to guide you around in the lounge, so if you need any help finding stuff, ask Sander or any of the other long-time members. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, and thank you for choosing AMS Live. Now we have a great show for you today. To start off with, a heavy is coming. KLM flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg, 777-300 Big picture wise, it is overcast. We have wind blowing from the south, just 10 knots. I did consider taking the blimp with me, but we are expecting 3 747s, and I want to make sure the audio is optimized, so I have brought the dead cat with me. Looking all around me, clouds all over. Now the clouds are relatively high. We can see traffic outbound somewhat. It's not okay. We do have some low clouds below 5,000 feet, but not too much. Cargolux Retro 747 is coming, folks. It is coming, and it is arriving from the east. You guys, let's have a look. Silkway West, first of all, is arriving from Baku. Expected 10 to 11, so by then only Polderbaan will be open for arrivals, so we are going to see this airplane land on Polderbaan. Cargolux Retro, expected for 11:30, even though 2 runways for arrivals will be open by then. It is arriving from the west, so hence it will land on Polderbaan. If all goes well, normally speaking. This is the last airplane of the day, arriving just past 2 o'clock. Atlas Air 7478, arriving from the west, also expected to land on Polderbaan. And yeah, the Emirates A388 is also coming, but that is sadly expected 1:15, so we'll probably land on runway 27. And Sander, dude, what the fudge are you doing? Super chatting as well. Thank you so much, mate. You're coming by later on. Do I need to bring coffee, something else? No, mate, I'm perfectly good. Perfectly good. Thank you for offering, though. Hey, but that's gezellig. To use that Dutch word that you cannot translate into any other languages. My compadre, who we did the airplane dance together with. I'm hoping you thought of an airplane dance 2.0 that we might be able to perform then. If there's ammo for it, if people want to see it. If they don't, then obviously we're not going to bother them with it. KLM flight 592, 777-300 arriving from Johannesburg. The PHBVN, 9 years old. And good morning in the meantime to everybody who has joined. Hans is sending some sun from Hamburg. Nice. Pim, good morning. Me, myself, good morning. Wolfgang, good morning. Maria, good morning. Epic R, good morning. Carback Paradise, good morning. Jimmy, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen. Politiespotter NL, goedemorgen, good morning. Audible, though not yet visible. Let's Let's have a quick look at the METAR. There were few clouds at 4,700 feet. If those are going to be gone, it is going to return to K. We have wind blowing from the south, just in the double digits, 10 knots, 304, 18 degrees C. Yeah. It's time to go back to the normal clothing for the Netherlands, long sleeves, everything. Now, we're also going to see the firefighters. Just spotted them. On patrol. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Looks like this. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. Buenos dias, Vinicius. Next airplane to arrive will be landing in a minute or so. Arriving from Cartagena, KLM flight 741, 787-10 Dreamliner, 8 hours 58 minutes on the way. The PHB KG, 4 years old, first flight January 2020. Oh yeah, Lorenzo, if you can send some sun over from Belgium, that would be great. Although, truth be told, I'm also perfectly fine with the weather the way it is right now. It's not cold, I'm wearing my thick hoodie. Iris asks, what is the Sky Lounge? The Sky Lounge, that is a restaurant in Amsterdam, next to Amsterdam Central Station, where you have a beautiful rooftop terrace overviewing the entire city. Good morning, Mr. Blue Sky, YouTube fan, good morning, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Wexit Chizek, good morning. Goedemorgen iedereen, wens iedereen een fijne dag. Yeah, absolutely, that was perfect Dutch. Absolutely. Although, if you wanna really be very specific, it would be better, even though we would understand it, but to say ik wens, because when wens can also be used for he, she, her. No, wait, no, it is for me, but it would be more common to say ik wens, I wish. Jeff says, I like the restaurant at the library. Yeah, that's also a nice one. A bit further down Oosterdok. Yeah, as it happens, one of my best friends lives next to that library, so really familiar with the surroundings over there. Sky Lounge is great, albeit a bit, yeah, well, it draws in a certain audience. Let's put it like that. That likes to be a bit flashy about stuff. Absolutely, that library is a beautiful place. Back when I was still studying and I had exams coming up and it was really warm, I would go there because you would have very comfy seats where you could sit in next to the window. The whole place is air conditioned, while my place had a flat roof and would be it would be a walk-in sauna. Morning John, who's tuning in from San Fran. And a warm welcome to the firefighters. Next up, JetBlue, arriving from Boston. And also a massive big thank you to Jersey Boy, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you so much for choosing AMS Live, Jersey Boy. Hope you will like it in the lounge. Do let me know if something isn't to your liking in the lounge. And don't forget to use the custom emojis, folks. They're there for a reason. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to spam with custom emojis. And Barry is celebrating 2 months of membership, says, thank you boy for the streams. Dankjewel. Yeah, nice. I think what you mean is thank you, which is dankjewel, like so. Hey, and my pleasure, mate. Thank you for your continued support. Hope things are still good in the lounge. Let me know if something isn't to your liking. This is JetBlue arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, A321neo. Evan, top of the morning. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Martin R, goedemorgen. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Lily, good morning. Andre, morgen. Mitchell, good morning. Hey, Wendy, goedemorgen. Happy birthday. Wendy celebrates her birthday today. Mark, good morning. Have a good flight, Jimmy. 2:10, his plane will depart. Alrighty. Now Koen, I'm not sure if you are watching, I hope you are, because I just got notification from PayPal of a big fat, really fat donation by you just now. Koen Lampe, thank you so much for that. I hope you are watching and you can hear me say thank you. I did receive notification from PayPal. Thank you so much. That is extremely kind of you. Thank you so much. This is Air Canada coming here to rob the bank insofar as we have any money left. 777-200 long range. 6 hours and 20 minutes underway. 16 years old. Ah, Costco A. Identity revealed. Thank you so much. Really kind of you, mate. Very generous. Thank you tremendously. And Wolfgang says your birthday is near too, right? That's right. 14th of August. I'll be turning 42 and I'll have the answer to life, the universe and everything. I'll be enlightened. Anonymous says, can you do streams with live ATC? I'm sure you can, but it's probably not allowed. And even if it were allowed, I'm not going to do it because I don't want people who don't want to listen to ATC to have to listen to ATC. There's always the option of getting a stream via liveatc.net yourself. So I prefer not to include ATC in my streams, even if it were allowed, which I'm not sure it is. I think it isn't. Blackburst, good morning. And Martin R celebrating the 2nd week of his holiday. Nice, mate. I'm hearing a siren. Ambulance. Right, next up. Hey Paul, tuning in from Leiden or Noordwijk. Morning. Evert-Jan, goedemorgen. BA A321neo. arriving from London Heathrow, 37 minutes underway. The G Neor. The G Neor is 5 years old, had its first flight in November 2018. Tuning in from Leiden. Great. Hey Jindrusek, goedemorgen kerel. And a belated happy birthday to KLM fan who celebrated his birthday on July 12th. That's not too long ago. Could be, Evan, that Stephen is back to Florida again. Well, before he went over, he did say he was trying to look me up, but then when he was in the Netherlands, at some point he commented below one of my videos and he said that he was avoiding people out of precaution. I think he said he was a bit under the weather and he was hoping that it was just allergies or maybe the flu or something, but he didn't want to risk anything. So I basically responded to him and said, well, as long as you're outdoors and you keep your distance and you're not sneezing directly into somebody's face, you should be okay if you don't shake any hands with people. So don't be afraid to go out and stuff. But he never reached out or visited or anything. I think he went to Polderbaan once in the early morning. And I think he also went to the panorama terrace on the main platform, the one from the terminal building. Tarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest, 737-700 today. Bom dia Maria. Jean-Yves, salut mon ami, good to see you again. Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Vivienne, good morning, tuning in from Cape Town. See, we have another international crowd today with people tuning in from all over the world. Good day, one and all. Welcome to the show. So, game plan is to stick around until the Atlas Air 747-8 that is expected 5 to 7 minutes. Hey, are they now actually going to, is this a salute or is this just, no, I think this is just their this is just the boys playing with their toys as they always do. I thought because of the airplane in the vicinity, are they saluting, but looks like this is just the standard operations that they are doing. I thought I was saying something, but I forgot. Old man symptom. Or Korsakov. Air France A321 flight 1444 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Happy to see that my Zoom rocker works normally again after applying a bit of compressed air. Air France budget. Ah, well, how nice of you, Roy. What you're seeing here, Maria, is typical Dutch weather. Whether it is summer, winter or fall, this is quite typical. we have this weather in two variants, dry and wet. Wearing a jacket is necessary, absolutely, Lily. Oh yeah, of course, 747 Cargolux, yeah. So the Cargolux Retro is coming and Atlas Air 7478 expected around 205, 207 or so. That is expected to become the last airplane for today's show. And there's also a Silkway West Airlines approaching that will arrive when only Polderbaan will be open for arrival. So even though it is arriving from the east, it will expectedly land on Polderbaan, making the total count of 747s in this stream 3, including the beautiful Cargolux Retro livery. Indeed, Wolfgang, the difference between men and boys is the price of their toys. Now, big toy coming in now, KLM flight 598, 777-300 arrived from Cape Town, South Africa, 10 hours 54 minutes it has taken to get here. Bird control van, photo bombing. The airplane is 13 years old and had its first flight in January 2011. Now the grass here still hasn't been cut, at least not where I'm standing. They did mow the lawn a little bit further on the other side. A bit hard to see, but on the other side where the light masts are, they did cut the grass, but over here it is still very much bushy. I am hopeful that because they already did one side of the cycling path, the next side, this side will also happen soon. We'll see. Luckily my tripod can place the camera still a bit higher, so we should be good for the time being. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Evan. His loss. Well, I also would have loved to meet the man behind the enthusiastic voice with that video where that tire blew. Man, that was one enthusiastic guy in that video. Ah, you noticed it too, Bryce. I saw it as well. That dented exhaust. What's the name again? Not Sharklets or no? It has a name. Chevrons. What, isn't it? Henk, goedemorgen. Leroy, goedemorgen. Kemar, Schiphol, good morning, goedemorgen. A320neo arriving from the Czech Republic. Prague, to be more precise. Brand new airplane. First flight April this year. Hey Caitlin, goedemorgen. Next up will be a MAX 9 from Corendon, which is returning from OHD, Orid. The airplane underway for 2 hours and 43 minutes. First flight was in October 2023. I think we saw the delivery flight. I think we saw it land when it got delivered, this airplane, didn't we? Caitlin asks, since when have you been standing there? Well, today the stream started at 10 o'clock, so 25 minutes now, more or less. Hello, hello Clouds, good morning. OC, good morning. Hey there JD, good morning. An unexpected stream? Okay. I didn't know that Thursdays had become an unexpected day. Last thing I checked, my work week began on Tuesday and my weekend began at the end of Wednesday, so the only thing that was a bit uncertain yesterday still was the weather. Yesterday it looked like we might have had rain all morning. This morning I had a look and it looked way better. We did have some droplets, but it should stay dry now for the upcoming hours. Thought I heard another siren. Two airplanes on the glide slope, Embraer 190 and an E2 Embraer 195, both KLM, former arriving from Geneva, the latter arriving from Berlin. Also a very good morning to Marco and a big thank you. Marco celebrating 7 months of membership. He says good morning boy and team and viewers. Good morning to you too, Marco. Hope all is well. And thank you so much for choosing the Aurora Sky Lounge as your place of residence for watching the streams for 7 months now. Hope all is still good. If the upholstery starts to wear down, let me know. Need to be in time with ordering new upholstery if that's necessary. Thank you so much for your support, Marco. Hey Dave, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. JD said, I thought there would be bad weather. Yeah, yesterday it did look like it was going to be rainy in the morning. Luckily, that turned out not to be the case this morning. Okay, is this Captain Wheelie? Could it be? Nope. Nose wear is lowering too soon. Start did look promising. Sooner or later, mates. Sooner or later. Right, Kmar Schiphol says, according to the Kmar, you're not allowed to stream at near Polderbaan. Well, in that case, I guess you guys just have to come and get me and arrest me. Hey Sander, goedemorgen. Now, next up will be KLM flight 1772. Arriving from Berlin, E2 Embraer 195, 1 hour and 5 minutes of flight time. The airplane 3 years old. First flight March 2021. The airplane behind it is an Embraer 190 arriving from Southampton. KLM flight 1070. And I'm thinking that first 747 shouldn't be too far away anymore. Wasn't that expected around... Oh no, it was 11:30, wasn't it? Caitlin, don't bite. Don't bite. I'm pretty sure that our Kmar Schiphol account is not the official Kmar. And if they are, come and get me. Hey Jinshin, good morning mate. Aloha. Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Cool, Kmar is coming to get me. Looking forward to that. Make sure you bring a big team. I can put up a fight. And I'm also a good swimmer. Hey Matt, goedemorgen. Okie dokie. A319 is the number 2 on the far left. Lufthansa arriving from Munich. There is a KLM Dreamliner arriving from Buenos Aires that is approaching from the left, from the west. Or at least it should approach and might become visible in the background. Tasers, exactly Jeff. you have to bring all the gear to hold me down and stop me from streaming. You'll never stop me. How many units? All of them. Grip 5. Right, thank you for the update. Me myself, I was already zooming out a little bit on flight radar to see if I could spot the 747, but I couldn't. But I wasn't zoomed out until Enschede, so it is in Dutch airspace. It is coming. And our main dish will be served with appetizers before it. Dreamliners. There's a 777-300 arriving from Dubai. Emirates is also coming. Now, as if 7 months of membership wasn't enough support, Marco once again, and he's done this before already several times, just now gifted 5 memberships. Marco, dankjewel kerel. Thank you so much for that. That really is above and beyond. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the 5 new members, courtesy of Marco. Marco, dankjewel. Thank you so much. Extremely kind and generous. And welcome new members. The custom emojis are now at your disposal for a month. Use them. You can use them during the approach of Emirates. You can use them during the approach of KLM. And of course, when 747s are coming. Hey there, Michael. Good morning. Hey there, Anja. Goedemorgen. Lurking because of the Olympic Games. Yeah, I happened to see it yesterday. Rugby Sevens was already busy. I only saw the last, what turned out to be the last match already. Handball began, or what was it? Or was it hockey? Something already began next together with rugby. I don't understand, because the whole rugby thing already began before the official opening ceremony, and I looked at the schedule and it's done within a week. Why not start later or space out more evenly? It was said that some sports already began before the opening ceremony because otherwise the schedule would be too tight and it would be too fatiguing for the athletes. I'm thinking for rugby, if it only takes a couple of days, the whole tournament, why not spread it out and just begin after the opening ceremony? But that's just me. I'm just a simpleton wondering about that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, Lufthansa A319 just landed, arriving from Munich, flight 2302. Hey there, Captain Jerry. Good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Hey, we have another boy in the stream. Good morning, boy. Who is airside? Well, nice. Nice going, boy. Like the name. You have a good name. Ah, that explains it. Cheers, Jeff. It would cut into their drinking time. Yeah, obviously you still have to unwind and rehydrate. I know you don't have to tell me about the importance of drinking and staying hydrated. Got a liter of vodka with me. Chilled, of course, as it should be. Hey Jerry, morning. Hey Rafael, goedemorgen. Good morning, Alan, tuning in from the northeast of England. And I heard it on the news, Danny, about Frankfurt being down. Climate activists taking hold of the runways. KLM flight 702 is approaching, arriving from Buenos Aires. 12 hours and 37 minutes of flight time, ladies and gentlemen. More than half a day in the air. 7879 Dreamliner. Jindrosek makes a very good suggestion. AMS Live vodka is needed in the lounge, and he does so while celebrating 9 months of membership. Jindrosek, thank you so much for your continued support and also for frequently visiting. Always nice to have you around with or without Lorenzo. Keep doing that, always nice. And also a massive big thank you for your support, mate. I'll look into the vodka. I still have to make my own vodka then. It is maybe a good thing to do, isn't it? James May has his own gin. Clarkson has his own beer. Thought Ricky Gervais also had, didn't he also have vodka? I think I recall him tagging, what was his name again? That bloke that got, oh yeah, Justin Timberlake. He was caught. He was arrested for drunk driving, and he tagged him and said, "Did you receive the bottle of vodka I sent you?" Oh, Ricky Gervais, such a hero, awesome dude. Koen said, "I would have some AMS Live vodka for sure." Yeah, well, guess that's something I have to look into. I'm not sure if I'm able, if I'm eligible to sell it through the regular channels. That would probably have to be outside of YouTube. I'm not sure if YouTube would condone me selling hard liquor via merch store. Jono, good morning. Kmar asks if I also want the police in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. I want all of the emergency services and security services. I also want the AIVD, which is the Dutch MI6. Well, I want it all. Now, look at what we have here. We have an Emirates A3, not an A3 something, but a Boeing 777 300 flight 145, arriving from Dubai. Almost the exact flight time to the minute as the A380 would have had on average. 6 hours and 29 minutes underway. The A6ENT. Well, I will watch my ears, my nose and my throat when this airplane lands. 10 years old, first flight July 2014. Boeing 777 300 Emirates not as cleanly as KLM is when it comes to the flap surfaces. Reality check for milk intolerance. Wait, 2014 is 10 years ago. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, big picture wise, looking to the east, looks like there is a bit more thinning in the clouds over there. This is looking to the south. This is directly overhead. Southwest to the west. The west looks a bit more homogeneous. And the lightest bit in the sky is now further to the east. And Sander, once again, thank you for your super chat. Sander says, when going big, KMR incoming. Yeah, absolutely. Let them come. Bring some coffee with them. All the beds, all the helmets, all the gear. 3 airplane glide slope shot, ladies and gentlemen. A320neo EasyJet in the foreground, arriving from Copenhagen. 737-900 from KLM as number 2, also arriving from Copenhagen. And then an A320neo from KM Malta, which is arriving from, and let me get back to you, I have to look that up. KM Malta, where does that come from? Right, let me see. Malta, KM Malta, that is an airline. That's the airline of the Maltese Islands, so I'm not sure. Hard to find it here on Flight Radar, but I'm guessing maybe Sardinia? Probably. Right, folks, you have 10 minutes to grab a cup of coffee, take a shit, grab a cup of tea, make a sandwich. If you take a shit, first wash your hands before making a sandwich or making coffee. But the first of 3 747s is expected in 10 or so minutes from now. So hurry, hurry. Right, Kmart on the way with coffee and all the units. Bring it, bring it. Air Baltic, A220. On their way to one of the Baltic states, undoubtedly. Or Finland, more than likely one of the Baltic states. More airplanes arriving from Copenhagen. KLM flight 1268, flight time 59 minutes, 737-900. 20-year-old airplane, no Wi-Fi hump as you can see. First flight April 2004. Hello there, Pedro. Hello there, Alan. Save time, have a shit whilst eating the sandwich. Oh man, you're always so practical. That is a very good idea. Now, greetings back to Denmark, to Always Running, who says, hi boy, greetings from Denmark, while celebrating 5 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support there, Always Running. Greetings back to Denmark. We just received 2 airplanes arriving from Copenhagen. Next up, KM Malta Airlines arriving from... Oh, turns out that it is arriving from Malta. Who would have thought? 3 hours on the way. Seems a bit long. Or is it? Now, the first 747 is arriving and it is flying downwind, east of me. I'm looking right of me to see if I can spot it already. Theoretically, I think I should be able to see where it is flying. I'm not sure if the clouds are in the way or not. Yeah, still looking, not seeing it straight away. Ah, shoot! Eric says that the Cargolux is diverted to Ameland. Ameland Airport. Well, guess we have to relocate then. At least we still have enough time. For those of you who don't know, you have some islands north of mainland Netherlands. And one of them is called Ameland. Rafael says, I also miss Martin Air. Martin Air is in the chat, celebrating 2 weeks of holiday and still 2 to go. Right, Pim had a visual on the 747. And Sander says, after the Silkway I'm doing some shopping, then I'm coming your way. Well, if the Kmart hurries up, the coffee will be ready for you, and maybe the Kmart will also bring some cookies for our guest. See you in a bit then, Sander. Looking forward to it. Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb, A319, flight 450, 1 hour 55 minutes on the way, the 9ACTN. 12 years old, first flight March 2012. Hey there, it's JG, good morning. Right, so Kmar is making sure there's coffee and cookies when you arrive, Sander. No need to worry about that. And after we've had the coffee, we'll get arrested for illegally streaming here. So does that mean we can then do a part 2 in the detention center at Schiphol Airport? Live streaming from the detention center. That might be a good idea. Special Kmar cookies and coffee. Hey Ashley, good morning. Now, a little BizJet is supposed to fly overhead. I'm hearing it. I think the clouds are in the way. It is definitely audible. Oh, shoot! A go around. What the fudge? Why? Embraer 175. Arriving from Munich. Going around. Why? The runway was clear, I think. That was the tripod reaching the zenith. Airplane immediately overhead. Right, practice lap. Going for more air miles. Indeed. All right. We'll see that again later. In the meantime, we have a Transavia A321 Neo arriving from Ibiza as number 1 on the glide slope, and we saw another airplane turn in from the left. That's an E2 Embraer 195 that is arriving from Zurich. And the 747, albeit vaguely visible, already geared down. The first of 3 queens landing on Polderbaan today. Glide slope shot ballet. Right, we have an E2 Embraer 195 in the foreground, arriving from Zurich, KLM flight 1918. 1 hour and 8 minutes underway. 2-year-old airplane, first flight October 2021. And in the background we have Silkway West Airlines arriving from Baku. 7478. 5 hours and a minute underway. 10-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. Kablamo! The VQ BVC. Mevrouw Robin, hoi. Nicholas, morning. Well, others who have joined in the meantime. You are watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We are watching the first of 3 747s approach Polderbaan. Runway 18 right, at the moment the only runway in use for arrivals. Silkway West Airlines, one of 2 747-8s expected today. And the other 747-400 that we are expecting will be the beautiful retro livery by Cargolux. I thought it was expected around 11:30 or so. Let's check flight radar after this airplane has landed. Okay, runway 27 is going to open up. In a few minutes. Usually between 11 and 11:40. Wow, that was extremely quiet and disappointing. Nice that it can land so softly, but very boring and disappointing. Let's quickly forget this. Well, I'm just following the airplane a bit further. It might still go around, you never know. It is a good sign that it is already on the taxiway, but you never know. Now, as the flaps retract, but they're not doing that already. I was about to say the outer two slats will retract first and then the inner one will, as the last step. But we aren't able to see it from over here anymore. Maybe we'll see more with the Retro Cargolux that is expected shortly. First, let's have a look at this landing. Transavia 737-700 arriving from Ljubljana in Slovenia. 1 hour and 40 minutes of flight time. 21 years old. First flight March 2003. And then let's have a quick look at the map, see where those other airplanes are at. So let's have a quick look on flight radar. The Cargolux is now flying over mainland UK and is indeed expected in 35 minutes or so from now. We also have Jesus over here, but Jesus is flying to Enfida, wherever that may be. So Cargolux Retro is expected in 35 minutes from now. The Air 748 is expected 2 minutes to 2. And the A380 is still expected around 1:15, so that is going to land on runway 27 sadly. These two we should be able to see from the runway we are standing next to. While we're here, let's also do an update of the weather. Have a look. Wind is still very much in the southerly corner, and the wind speed is still 10 knots, 304. Temperature 19 degrees C, not much has changed. We still have few clouds at 4,700 feet, so all in all, not much has changed in that respect. So copy the meter into the ticker for you guys, so that you guys can see. In the meantime, another Transavia just now landed.
Hallo.
Morgen.
Ja, ik had hem ook opstaan.
Ah, top. Met wie heb ik het genoegen?
Koos.
Hi, boy.
Koos.
Hey Koos, goeiedag. Was je hier, ja, jullie waren hier ook wel denk ik voor de 747 denk ik zojuist, die landen.
Nee, dat was puur toeval, want
Ja.
wij komen van Enkhuizen af.
Enkhuizen?
Op
Oh.
reis.
Even. Oh ja, nou, groot gelijk. Het is nu in ieder geval niet super heet. Het is, de wind staat in de goede richting. Er komt dus over 35 minuten komt er nog een 747 in de retro aan. Dat is een hele mooie. Die zie je niet zo vaak. Dus zeker de moeite waard om daarvoor te blijven hangen. Er komt er nog wel eentje, maar die is pas om 2 uur. Dus
Dan
ik weet
maakte
niet.
die een go-around?
Die maakt een go-around, ja. Geen idee waarom. De baan was volgens mij gewoon leeg.
Ja.
Dus ik was iets anders aan het filmen en toen zag ik hem opeens alweer opstijgen. Geen idee. Het gebeurt wel regelmatig, alleen meestal is het of winderig of er moet wel iets op de baan dat bijvoorbeeld de baan nog niet leeg is op tijd.
Ja, maar dat was wel het geval.
Ja, dat was wel het geval, precies. Right. Now, this Embraer 175 will be photobombed by an authority yellow vehicle. Let's quickly turn back because heavies are approaching. We have a 787-10 Dreamliner that is arriving from New York. That is the first airplane to land, and you can already see another heavy behind it. That is a 777-300 arrival from Curaçao, Willemstad, KLM flight 736. We have one ITA A320 that is coming this way. Ah, and this was the airplane that did the go-around just now. For reasons unknown, still. See that Lance is also back in the chat. Boeren team, goedemorgen. Morning Lance. John, goedemorgen. John is tuning in from Edinburgh. Hey, and Alvin is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. And he says, please forgive me for lurking today. That is inexcusable, mate. That is inexcusable. Lurking. Psh, tsh. This is KLM Flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK, 787-10 Dreamliner, 5 hours 56 minutes on the way to PHBKL, 2 years old, first flight June 2022. Alan says, got to go, thanks very much, most enjoyable. Well, thank you for joining, Alan. Enjoy the rest of your day. Lionel says, good morning, goedemorgen. Let's quickly turn back. 777-300 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao is the next airplane to land. It is already close by. KLM Flight 736, 8 hours 28 minutes on the way. It's the PHB VW. 3 years old, first flight January 2021. Behind it, in the top left, you can see the next airplane. That's an E2 Embraer arriving from Edinburgh. And the third airplane that, at least according to Flight Radar, should be turning in from the left, in the background somewhere, should be the A320 from ITA arriving from Milan. And Rafael says, I have a hoodie from AMS Live. I hope the hoodie is to your liking, mate. I'm also wearing a hoodie today with the wind and the cloudiness. Just the t-shirt could have been a bit too cold. Hearing something approach overhead, but I think it sounds like something like a narrow body. Yeah, that's a narrow body. German Monster, good morning. Hey there Bob, good evening. Remco, goedemorgen. KLM Flight 924 is the next airplane to arrive. E2 Embraer arriving from Edinburgh, 1 hour and 3 minutes underway. First flight was in February 2022, making it 2 years old. We have a second airplane visible, that is ITA, and a third one as well, and the third one is Play. So if you are a new member, might be the moment for you to use the playtime emoji later when the play is upon us. Booty Team says there comes a 747. Indeed there is. Expected in half an hour or so from now. And that is the infamous Retro livery by Cargolux. The only 747-400 of today's show. We already saw a 747-8 land and a second 747-8 is underway from Miami. Expected around 2 o'clock. I'm sticking around until it has landed. It will land on Polderbaan most likely. Now, there is life in the water. One coot visible. Wouldn't be surprised if all the ducks and coots and grebes are hiding on the left side, on the near side of the water, where they're covered from the grass, covered by the grass. Hey there RDW, goedemorgen, good morning. ITA coming in next. We're going to see a beautiful blue and then a beautiful red airplane. Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Let's be a bit more objective and let's say 2 consecutive striking looking airplanes. One blue, one red. ITA A320 having landed, arriving from Milan. Milano. Aideta. Hey there Tony, good morning. And Roadhog, good morning. He says, somebody said new members welcome, and then bam, proceeds to come in with a bang. Roadhog just now gifting 5 memberships. Roadhog, thank you so much. Dank je wel, kerel. That is above and beyond. You really shouldn't have. More new members. Well, be quick to thank Roadhog for your gifted membership if you haven't already, and make sure that you find your way to the playtime emoji and find the butt shot emoji, because you never know. Playtime is upon us. Roadhog, dankjewel. Thank you so much for 5 new members in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Playtime is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the chat red. Stat. Arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland, the A320neo flight 460, now touching down after 2 hours and 39 minutes. Oh. Harris says good morning to all the viewers as he's doing a flyby. And touches down somewhere over here. Hey there Harry, good morning. And you're absolutely right, they should start building 747s again for overseas flights. Well, they even even for local flights. I want Amsterdam, Brussels to be flown on 747s, damn it. More 747s, the more the merrier. Simple as that. TUI flight 703, returning from Willemstad, Curaçao. The sea in the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao. In the Caribbean Sea, off the coast of Venezuela, is where these islands are situated. John thought that Harry was going for a go-around. It did look like it, didn't it? Well, so far Harry and Chris are the only birds that we have seen so far. A quick look around. I think they're all on holiday or sleeping in. Okay, so the pipeline currently consists of KLM flight 982 in the foreground. That's an Embraer 190 arriving from London City. And number 2 is an Embraer 175, KLM flight 1056. That is arriving from Norwich. The third airplane is an Airbus A319 arriving from Bristol, and that is EasyJet. Now, I'm also vaguely seeing something that reminds me is reminiscent of blue sky, and I'm actually seeing an opening over there. So that is good news. Things are starting to open up a little bit. Which is better than when dark skies and rain showers are approaching, like they did unexpectedly on Monday. The only showers in the country that weren't in the forecasts anywhere. After that ordeal, I have put my umbrella that I always have in the car in my utility cart, so I have it now with me in case it is necessary. Now, a good umbrella is a preventative umbrella, a prophylactic that you shouldn't be needing. So just having it with me hopefully will ensure that it's going to stay dry. In the meantime, El Al is going back to Tel Aviv. Just took off from runway 24. Let's quickly turn back. We have an Embraer 175 up next. Arriving from Norwich, KLM flight 1056, 36 minutes on the way. The PH EXM, 7 years old, first flight February 2017. And Kars says, just laying on the couch, listening to Metallica and watching this awesome live. That's an interesting combination, mate. That's an interesting combination. Harry asks if any Air Canada came in this morning. There certainly has. One, if not two, during the stream. Definitely at least one. The 777-200 long range with bank rubber look. Not sure if it was the only one though. Little butt shot in the making. Hey there Sven, goedemorgen. Also a big thank you to Fat Bike Dutch, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you so much for choosing AMS Live, mate. Hope you will like it in the lounge. Let me know if something isn't to your liking. We should still have plenty of drinks and the AC should also be working. Thank you for choosing AMS Live and enjoy the lounge. Firefighters parked in front of the fire station. They're done playing with their toys. Now, EasyJet just landed. And the next airplane to arrive is arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. An A321 Neo, JetBlue, flight 631. In the meantime, a big thank you to Remco and congratulations, celebrating 2 months of membership. Remco writes, thanks for the gift. Thank you, gifter of the membership. Welcome back, Remco. Enjoy the lounge. And so Lurk says, any lives planned next week? Well, in theory, I always stream whenever I don't have to work, if the weather will allow me to. So it's always weather dependent, but on paper, the answer is yes. I don't have any holiday plans in the nearby future. See that Jane is also back in the chat. Good morning. Nicholas says, never mind Metallica 3 747s, that's heavy metal. Absolutely. Might even be just as loud as Metallica. Also a big thank you to Dennis, who celebrates 6 months of membership, and he writes the Dutch word mijlpaal, which is milestone. Absolutely milestone it is. Thank you so much for your support, mate. Going yellow. Hope all is still well in the lounge. Thank you so much for your support, mate. And if you're in the vicinity and you take a picture, I'm always looking forward to that. So Lurk, thank you so much for that in advance already. Mitchell asks, what is your favorite livery? Mine is probably Qatar. Yeah, that's a good one. I think, well, anything retro I like. E2 just landed. And there was one retro that unfortunately I was not able to film. Turkish A330 came in a retro livery. Really beautiful airplane. Now, a few more narrow bodies are coming. First, next airplane to arrive will be arriving from Bristol, KLM flight 1070. Embraer 175, 49 minutes on the way, 6 years old, first flight April 2018. We have a 3 airplane glide slope shot with a 737-900 arriving from Birmingham as number 2 and a Delta A330 arriving from Minneapolis as number 3. Now also a massive big thank you to Marianne, who is celebrating 9 months of membership. Marianne, thank you so much for your continued support. There's no accompanying text with the celebration, but thank you so much. Hope you still like it, and if you don't, do let me know if something is wrong and if I can improve on something. Thank you for your continued support. And morgen Jan. Hey there Jannes, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Hey, good morning Lisa, also back in the chat. Yalmer says, are you Saturday there? Then I'm coming. That is always weather dependent, mate. If it is raining, then the answer is no. If it is dry, the answer is probably. Hey there Mike Wild, good morning. Lisa says, am I back in the Netherlands? Yeah, absolutely. The weather will tell you immediately. Right, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves. First Delta A330 of the show is coming. Now, it also looks like the sun might go shine. How about that? Standing in my thick hoodie, thinking it probably would be cold. Got the umbrella with me, but no sunscreen. So, obligated to keep wearing the hoodie. Means I'll have to keep hydrated sufficiently. Let's do that. Speaking of that, more vodka. Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The next airplane to arrive, the first Delta A330-300 of the show. Will it get loud? 7 hours and 37 minutes on the way, 737. And to continue with the 7s, 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. Hey there Basil, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Yes. No. You bastard. You bastard. Teasing us, spooling up the reversers and then stopping before it passes us by. Hey, Mr. Biker, also back in the chat. Good to see you again, Paul. Hope all is well. So no loud landing, but a butt shot. Bastards. Such a tease. Now, where is the next 747? It is flying over the North Sea. So again, if you have to take a shit, you still have 10 or 15 minutes. If you're efficient like Alan, you can also have a sandwich while having a shit. Be done in time for the retro Cargolux 747-400 that is coming in. Before dinner will be served in the form of the Retrolux Cargo Cargolux Retro 747. We have a few narrow bodies to wade through and then another Delta A330 as the warm-up gig, the warm-up DJ. All is well on this end, Paul. Thanks for asking. Little butt shot. Also a massive big thank you to Mike for your continued support. 6 months of membership, and he writes, boy, always enjoy your streams from Holland. Thank you so much for your kind words, mate. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream. Hope you're going to like the lounge for many more months to come, but even if you wouldn't, hopefully you'll still be around for many more months to come as a regular viewer instead then. Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger. Up next, KLM flight 1174. Next airplane after this will be an A319 arriving from Luton by EasyJet. Luton by EasyJet. Available in eau de parfum et eau de toilette. EasyJet flight 22515, now in center. A319 arriving from London Luton, 38 minutes underway, 13 years old, first flight March 2011. There's number 190 approaching behind it. From the left, from the right and from the left there is a Delta A330 approaching. Now that number 190 is already established, the next airplane to form the remainder of the glide slope, flying base, approaching from the left, Delta Airlines, A330-300 arriving from Detroit. Lisa is going to have mussels in Sluis. No, it should be mussels in Brussels. That's all wrong. Good evening, Will. Tuning in from Hervey Bay in Queensland. Good evening, mate. Welcome to the show. Perfect timing. If you just joined us, we will see the Cargolux Retro 747-400 in a couple of minutes. The second 747 of today's show. And we're waiting for a third one to arrive, which will be arriving shortly before 2 o'clock expectedly. That is Atlas Air arriving from Miami. QJ says that Jesus is in Tunisia, so that is where that name I didn't recognize as its destination is situated. Tunisia. Two airplanes visible on the glide slope right now. Embraer 190 in the foreground, KLM arriving from Newcastle, flight 954. Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit behind it. That's another A330-300. Will it get loud then? Hopefully. Redemption for that disappointing first A330 with the T's pilot spooling up the reverser, but only briefly. Captain Troll! Indeed, trolling. Absolutely right, Remco. Adrian also back in the chat, good morning. Hey Donzelli, good morning, long time no see. Been on vacation, that's why. Okay, you're doing something right then, mate. Now back in Denmark again, back home. Perfect timing. Ladies and gentlemen, the second queen of the show is now just over Dutch mainland, flying base, expected as the number 3 by the looks of it. After this A330 flies a KLM 737-800 arriving from Glasgow. After that we are going to see the 747-400. Cargolux Retro livery, Retrolux 747. First up, Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 6 hours and 45 minutes on the way to get here. It's a 17-year-old airplane that began flying in March 2007. Wind is mostly from the south, but it does look like it is a little bit from the south-southwest or something, because the airplane seems to be crabbing ever so slightly towards us. Even though the majority of the wind is headwind today. Oh, well, not going to pan the camera, but Fidel Kestrel is hovering right on the other side of the water over here. Very nice to see. Hopefully he'll stay around. First, let's look and listen, fingers crossed. Hopefully it'll get loud. Oh, come on. Come on. Well, Fidel in the meantime has flown. Let's focus on the Retro 747 then instead. Hey, that's nice. Wonderful vacation in Greece, Donzelli. You didn't melt away because of the tremendous heat. And now back in probably more moderate temperatures. Now the 737-800 on the left, on the right, I am going to skip. It is arriving from Glasgow, KLM flight 936, an hour underway. Even though it is pixelated AF, because this is far in the digital zoom range, you can already see the black tip nose and clearly recognize the retro livery. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. Now the airplane following this 747 is going to be the Corendon A350 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. The A350-900, Corendon, World to Fly, flying behind the 747. Now the Cargolux Retro 747-400 is arriving from Miami in Florida. 7 hours and 52 minutes underway. The LXNCL, and it is 18 years old. First flight July 2006. Landing slowly, just in time for the Retro 747, indeed. Hopefully this airplane will get a little loud. Fingers crossed. Yes! Redemption for the first 747 and for the silent A330s. Clean flaps, retracting flaps. Cargolux has their shit in order. Nice. And there's another 747-8 expected shortly before 2 o'clock. I'm sticking around until it has landed. That is going to be the last airplane of today's show. 747-8 Atlas Air, arriving from Miami as well. Now let's quickly turn around. Corendon World to Fly A350-900 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao is about to touch down. Now it's almost 11:40, so the secondary runway for arrivals, runway 27, is expected to close any minute now. I'm thinking that the Embraer 190 arriving from Hanover that is about to touch down on that runway is going to be the last airplane. And then until 1 o'clock it is all going back to Polderbaan again, all incoming traffic. Marissa says, I just realized I think my cat also came in a retro livery. It too has a black boot the snoot nose. Yeah, black snoots are absolutely a sign of a retro livery. Not sure, I think all cats back in the 70s had black snoots. Next up is an Eastern Airways City Hopper, Pretty Hopper arriving from Humberside, flying a KLM flight 972, 36 minutes on their way, Embraer 190 long range, 15 years old, first flight somewhere in 2009. And it looks like double triple time is upon us pretty soon, with one Embraer 190 arriving from Dublin next. After that, two triples, 777-200 and a 777-300. Paul says I used to have a completely black cat. We used to have, when I was small, my mom and I used to have a white cat, and we had a neighbor refugee, and one day she asked my mom, how do you guys keep the cat so nice and white? So my mom answered jokingly, wash it at 90 degrees C. Yeah, that's the upshot of cats, they're self-cleansing. Saves on. That was a little cousin of Steven Seagal that was hovering and also grabbing something from the grass or something. Now it's opening up, it is warming up here. Didn't bring any sunscreen along, so I need to use my hoodie to keep my neck from burning. Bit warm, but better warm than wet. KLM flight 1136, the next airplane. Arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Embraer 190. 1 hour underway. 6-year-old airplane. First flight February 2018. Landing slowly, asks if white cats aren't almost always born deaf. Well, some are. I'm not sure if the majority of them are. The one we used to have certainly wasn't deaf. Alan missed the 747, was still on the shitter. That is so typical you, Alan. I bet you hadn't finished your sandwich, which is why it took so long. QJ says a Thai cargo airline to AMS. It's only PC-12. Huh? A Thai PC-12 cargo airplane? Really? Have you been sipping on AMS Live vodka? Right, Mrs. Professor has to go. Bedtime now. But she's glad she stayed up for the Retrolux. Excellent. Well, I'm happy to have been able to bring it to you. The Retrolux 747. You can now sleep at ease. Enjoy the rest of your, well, not night. Yeah, night. Sleep tight. See you in the next one then. It is double triple time now. KLM flight 604 up first. Arriving from LAX 777-200 9 hours and 15 minutes underway. The PHBQP, 17 years old. First flight April 2007. Wind is picking up a little bit. I think I'm going to enable the digital image stabilizer. Footage is getting a little shaky. Image stabilizer enabled. Rafael also drank my vodka because it is a KLM A380. Yeah, it sounds like you have had a taste of my vodka as well. Now, folks, 777 time part 2. KLM flight 682 up next, arriving from Vancouver. It is in a Boeing 777-300 the PHBVS, 8 hours and 31 minutes on the way. 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2017. Ronald asks what type of camera I'm using. That is a Canon XA60. Now we have a little small light snack after this airplane to cleanse our appetite, cleanse our palate I should say, and to whet our appetite for another heavy. Then Embraer 190 coming in, arriving from London City, and after that A787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Panama City. Not London City, but Panama City. Meanwhile, wind is picking up. Ever so slightly. Let's have a quick look at the current status quo. The METAR refresh says wind is blowing from the south now, so straight headwind 11 knots or 4 bow 4, fuel clouds at 4,300 feet, and the air temperature is now 20 degrees C. Not much has changed. Wind is expected to pick up as the day progresses. Wind will stay in the southern corner more or less, with a peak around the end of the afternoon, but headwind most of the time. Current runway configuration is like so until 1 o'clock. Emirates A380 still expected between 1 and 2 o'clock, so expected to land on runway 27 and the last airplane of the day, now a bit later than it was before, 2:20, arriving from Miami, Florida. Was the expected time of arrival a bit all over the place, as it is now flying over the ocean, tracked by satellites. At moments it was shortly before 2 o'clock, now it is 2:20 again, and I'm sure the estimated time of arrival is going to change even further again pretty soon. We have the Embraer 190 arriving from London City in the foreground and the Dreamliner arriving from Panama City behind it. KLM flight 984. Arriving from London City, 39 minutes underway. $14-year-old airplane. Little boys passing by on the side, bicycles are screaming something. KLM flight 758, 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Panama City. 9 hours and 8 minutes on their way to get here. The PHBKI, 3 years old, first flight August 2020. And Lisa back. So, no muscles, no Brussels yet. And you also missed the 747. Bad timing. Catherine, good morning. And all others who've joined in the meantime. So, one go around, unexpectedly. And 2 747 so far. My partner in crime for the airplane, Dan Sander, is super chatting. Thank you for that, first of all. And says, "I'm on my way. See you soon. See you soon, mate. Looking forward to seeing you." Meanwhile, we are staying here and continue filming hearing something. I'm seeing something. What the fudge? Quad squad overhead just passed me by. And that is Emirates, an Emirates A380 by the looks of it, even though it is hard to see. Yeah, it is flying towards the still cloudy part of the sky. The more open part is on the other side. Big picture wise, it is opening up slowly but surely from the west. So contrails from Frankfurt and Munich to the United States and Canada will be visible once they have passed me by to the west. In the meantime, the next airplane to arrive is number 175, arriving from Cardiff. And it is good to have you back in the Aurora Sky Lounge, Catherine. Thank you for choosing AMS Live once again. Welcome back. Clemencia, goedemorgen. Just a few more minutes left. Leroy, good morning. Vliegveld Twente spotters, good morning. And Ronald says that it was the A380 from New York to Dubai that just passed overhead. Air Choina Cargo AMS office, goedemiddag. Morning, still. 6 minutes, 5 minutes. No Air Choina Cargo 747s coming in anytime soon. I saw on Flight Radar there is one on the way, but expected later today. Hey, Captain Steven. Miss you, mate. Hope you've had a good stay in the Netherlands. German Airways coming in from Bosshel, having dropped off some nasty bosses in Bosshel. European bosses go to Bosshel. International bosses we send to Boston. KLM flight 1944, operated by German Airways. Embraer 190 underway for an hour and 7 minutes. The Dawsey still here but sick. Bad timing to get ill. Is it an infection or is it just hay fever acting up? Because you can get anti-allergy medication over the counter here in pharmacies. So if it's under allergies playing up, you can get good medication for it over the counter without a prescription. The airplane is 17 years old, again flying in 2007. And Ronald, I thought I answered your question already. Canon XA60 is what I'm using. And that definitely has a lot of zoom. The optical zoom is equivalent to 600mm full frame. And then there is additional digital zoom. This is all digital zoom. The top end of optical zoom is over here. Now Marissa, congratulations and thank you so much. Marissa celebrates 15 months of membership. One of the few members already at 1 year and 3 months. And it is 1 year, 3 months, 9 days and counting. Marissa, thank you so much for your continued support and everything that you have been doing to support the channel as a moderator ever since you've become one. I hope you still like it in the lounge, and I also hope you still like being a mod. And if something isn't to your liking on either respect, let me know. Thank you so much for your continued support and congratulations, Marissa. Now next up is the Red Wine Express with some Bordeaux on board, hopefully. Careful landing, don't want to break any of those bottles on board. Embraer 190, German Airways. And Bryce says that the Retro Cargolux isn't showing on Flight Radar anymore, so it must have fallen off the edge of the Earth then. As you all know, the Earth is flat and the edge, from what I've heard, is right in the vicinity of the cargo area on the main platform area of Schiphol. Go too far, you'll fall off, never to be seen again. Ah, okay. Well, no, Ronald, Canon XA60, definitely a good one if you can get your hands on a second-hand Canon XA40. That is basically the same camera, except less pixels in the screen and in the electronic viewfinder. I still have one lying around. That was the camera I started the channel with. Then it got loud during zooming, so I had to bring it in, and because it was expected to take several weeks, I purchased the XA60 in between so that I could continue with the streams. But that is basically the same camera, so if you are on a budget and you're considering the XA60, the XA40 would be just as good, in my opinion. Fidel Kestrel. And you can just you could just see how its head is perfectly still and the rest is moving. And Wolfgang says, did you hear that the Netherlands and Austria bought Embraer C390 transporters together? Really? A shared investment? I hadn't heard. But sharing is caring. That's what I do know that. Two airplanes visible now forming the glide slope. Embraer 175 in the foreground arriving from Leeds. And we have a 777-300 arriving from Lima, with Lima beams presumably. That is now number 2. Hey, another double triple. Just now we had a 777-200 and then a 300. Now it is the other way around. We have a 300 to begin with and then a 200. The 200 that is now on the left hand side in your screen is arriving from Guayaquil, KLM flight 755, and I also see that Air Canada flight 900. Arriving from Montreal, a Dreamliner is flying based downwind still. We have a Transavia 737 that is flying base, which will follow the 2 consecutive 777s. Ah, okay, economies of scale, just a joint purchase. Well, that's smart. They should do that Europe-wide. Also makes it easier if everybody has the same equipment, inter-exchangeability. But yeah, that would probably mean further incorporating the European nations, and all throughout Europe the trend is now that everybody wants to be their own country again. As if we haven't learned from Brexit what that is going to lead to. Evan says, I just had some vodka, I forgot to tell you to do cheers with me. I guess I have to serve music another shot. Yeah, well, I'm ready for it when you are, but let's first film the 777s. After that we can sip on vodka together. KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru with either Lima beans or some South American marching powder. Either way, a quiet KLM style landing. Hey there Gimema. Hey there Antoine. Hadi Daniel, goedemiddag. Tuning in from the Venetia of the North, Bruges. What was that famous quote again from that movie in Bruges? If I were retarded and raised on a farm, Bruges might impress me, but I wasn't, so it doesn't. Chilled vodka from the thermos. Can't beat it. Next up, KLM Flight 755, which is a 777-200. It is arriving from Guayaquil, and that is in the one you have been waiting for. 10 hours and 44 minutes underway. The PHBQN, 18 years old, first flight April 2006. The psychotic cocaine dwarf. Jeff also saw the movie. You're an effing inanimate object. Okay, cool. We have a Transavia 737 up next, and then a couple of heavies once again, with another chance for Delta to redeem itself. For the two failed quote-unquote landings that we have seen before. Thought I heard a siren. I'm looking to my left. Guess I was wrong. Just a vodka hallucination, auditory hallucination, I think. Next up, Transavia flight 6914, arriving from Olbia, 2 hours and 6 minutes on the way, 737-800, the PHHXN, 5-year-old airplane, first flight December 2018. Oh, we have another 7, oh no, yeah. We have a 737 arriving from London that will sneak in between the heavies from Air Canada and Delta. The HB Ver is arriving from St. Gallen. Cessna Citation should be flying towards runway 22 somewhere over there. Don't have it. So let's continue our turn back to the glide slope of Polderbaan, where we do see another airplane over there. Let's see, Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal, the next airplane to arrive. 5 hours and 55 minutes on the way, 9 years old, first flight October 2014, nearly celebrating its 10th birthday. Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. Somewhere behind it there should be a KLM 737-800, and behind it a Delta Airlines A330. Hard to see. Well, Mark, it was already suggested that I found my own vodka and start selling it. I'm not sure if it is allowed in the official merch store. I'm not sure if the YouTube guidelines, if it is compliant with the YouTube guidelines. It probably isn't. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, all the greats have their own liquor these days. Ricky Gervais, James May, Clarkson even has his own beer. I suppose somebody of my stature also needs his own hard liquor. Right, insofar as there's still any money left, this Air Canada is coming to rob the bank, arriving from Montreal. Little butt shot in the making. Hey Douwe, goedemorgen. MS Live vodka reaches places other vodkas dare to thread. To boldly go where no vodka has gone before. Now it was opening up, but now looking in the direction of the wind and also west of me, it is once again getting cloudy. Here I was lightly panicking, thinking I would have to withstand the warmth of the sun for several hours because I didn't bring any sunscreen along with me and I'm wearing a hoodie. And if I take that off, I would burn in no time. Now it seems normalcy, for insofar as it concerns Dutch weather, is returning. Right, little light snack arriving from London, KLM flight 1004, arriving from London Heathrow, 737-800, 42 minutes on the way. PHBCB, not PCP, you perverts. Always thinking about drugs, you guys. Here we have a 777 from Choina Southern, I think. Where is it? Oh, it's hard to see. Damn it. Only audible. Now mate, what is this? Super sticker from Alvin, video game controller, jumps up and down excitedly. What's that for? You know you shouldn't. Thank you so much though, Alvin. You know you shouldn't. You shouldn't have. Alan says, sell the vodka on the dark web. That's a good suggestion, mate. Now, are you guys tech savvy enough to be able to find it once I do? Because there's no use in selling my vodka to someone who doesn't know AMS Live. So you guys need to be sufficiently tech savvy to be able to find it. If you're not, then maybe it is better to sell it on a different part of the interwebs. Okay, redemption. Not the loudest of landings, but this qualifies as a far better auditory experience than the previous 2 landings were. Wolfgang says, do you know moonshine? Do it like that. Well, I know of moonshine, but are you referring to starting illegal speakeasies and distribute it like so? Or do I need to get a Tommy gun and just kill off all my competitors? In what way are you referring to it? Okay, next up is going to be Sunwing Airlines flying for TUI, arriving from Party Island, Ibiza. Bit of white, bit of orange, and Canadian registered. Well, I'm sure there's also plenty of white to be found on Ibiza. 2 hours and 12 minutes of flight. 8 years old, first flight February 2016. Radiator vodka. Three knocks to get into the AMS Live hidden vodka cellar, Gins of Success. Absolutely. You need the secret code. What is up, Skibidi? Hey Sven, goedemiddag. Next up, Vueling A320 Neo, flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. 1 hour and 51 minutes underway. The ECDN NDA. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight June 2019. Let's see. The glide slope should be filling. So far only one next airplane visible. That is Royal Air Maroc. Is that the real Royal Air Maroc? Or is that Air Arabia Maroc? No, it is Royal Air Maroc. The real Royal Air Maroc. Arriving from Casablanca. Is the dot still there? It seems to be so. Royal Air Maroc arriving from Casablanca in the foreground, E2 Embraer KLM arriving from Bergen in the background, and there are 2 more airplanes on the glide slope already, or at least on course this way. I think that the cloudiness is interfering a little. Oh no, there is a 3rd airplane over there. 3rd airplane is Transavia, arriving from Valencia. Hearing an outbound airplane pass overhead, but I'm not seeing it. The clouds unfortunately interfering with visibility. Royal Air Maroc 737-800 arriving from Casablanca. 3 hours and 2 minutes to get here. 12-year-old airplane, first flight November 2011. Finnair coming this way. I did see it on the list of arrivals. Hey there, Debbie. Morning. And then you also filter for outbound airplanes. Where is it? Oh, it already passed overhead. That's the airplane I was hearing, but I couldn't see. Right, little E2 Embraer. Let's see, we have 2 airplanes on the glide slope. A third one should be further up ahead already. Yeah, even without the lights on, still visible. Transavia arriving from Valencia in the foreground, 737-800. Embraer 190 in the middle, arriving from Stuttgart in an EasyJet. A320 arriving from Edinburgh, now number 3. Is that Steven Seagull? Might be. Hey there, Fossi. Tuning in from the German North Sea. Nice. Right, Cirrus is passing overhead. Not seeing it, but you are able to hear it quite well. So we have KLM flight 1830 arriving from Stuttgart. Up next, Embraer 190. We have an EasyJet A320 arriving from Edinburgh behind it. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Darlington behind it. A lot of narrow bodies are coming. When is the next heavy upon us? Ah, Icelandair is arriving in the 767. Nice. Behind it is a KLM 777-300 that is arriving from Atlanta. Hey Gerrit, goedemiddag.
Goedemiddag. Hello everybody.
Gerrit is also on the bicycle.
Yes.
By the looks of it. Nice. Next up is EasyJet flight 23301. A320 arriving from Edinburgh. 1 hour and 5 minutes on the way. 12-year-old airplane. The Guess what? EasyJet is coming to town. First flight was in June 2012. Embraer 190 is following it. 2 of them. From Darlington and Prague. And also 737 arriving from Copenhagen. Guess what? What? Right, the next airplane to arrive is Eastern Airways, a Britty hopper arriving from Teesside or Darlington on behalf of KLM, flight 964, Embraer 190. Embraer 190 long range, 51 minutes underway. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight somewhere in 2007, although the month is not specifically mentioned. The airplane that you see behind it, that is a KLM Embraer 190 that is arriving from the Czech Republic, Prague. 1 hour and 6 minutes underway. 12-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2012. Once again, not seeing the months that the airplane started flying in, probably a glitch in flight radar. The next airplane should be approaching from the right. That should be a KLM 737-800 arriving from Copenhagen. Not yet seeing it. Cloudiness is a little bit in the way, I think. Time for a little Britty hopper butt shot. Iron Formula Country Ball fan says good morning. Iron Formula Country Ball. That sounds exotic. I also saw something else I never saw before on TV. It was flicking through the channels, hit Eurosport, and there was Tech Ball or something. It was played only by people that had an Asian looking appearance, and there was a sort of table tennis table in the middle, and they played with a football, and the serve was sort of like a karate kick, and it was table tennis but with their feet using a football, and they had to do all kinds of karate kicks to kick the ball basically back to the other side. Really weird to see. I think it's called Tech Ball with TEC. Now thank you for the support, Eli. 1 month of membership, and Eli writes, your streams are legendary, boy. Keep it up. Thank you so much, my friend. I will try to do that. Thank you so much for your support. Hope everything is still good in the lounge. Next up is KLM flight 1270. 737-800 arriving from Copenhagen. 57 minutes underway. The PHBXG. 24 years old. First flight June 2000. Hey there, Josephine. Good afternoon. Embraer 190 arriving from London City, following this an airplane. Oh, Chinese 747 to Shanghai is on its way. Let's see how well we can follow it. Oh, it is already on the other side. That is too much zoom. Here we go. Air Choina Cargo going to Shanghai. Flight 1040 just took off from runway 24 and is coming this way. It's a 747-400. 18 years old. The first flight of this airplane was back in April 2006. Well, no issues with the clouds here. Indeed, Roy, on its way to you. We just sent it off. On its way to Shanghai. Also a big thank you to Patrick, who says groeten van de techniekafdeling in Scheemda. Greetings from the techniek department in Scheemda. Thank you so much for your continued support, mate. Hope everything is still good in the lounge. And thank you so much for your continued support. Greetings back from windy Schiphol Airport. 3 more months and you'll be going green, mate. The Embraer 190, a city flyer, having arrived from London City. Next up, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Milan. KLM flight 1614. 1 hour and 30 minutes underway. The PH NXR, a year old, had its first flight somewhere in 2023. Mate, what the fuck? Why? That is not necessary. A 195, is that preemptive? Is that a preemptive super chat? for lot Embraer 195 up next. Lot flight 263, the next airplane to arrive, an Embraer 195, a regular Embraer 195, arriving from Warsaw. 1 hour and 42 minutes on the way. It is an Embraer 195 long range. Now flying a 590, no, plus 4, 602 nautical mile flight. 10-year-old airplane, started flying in 2014. Now, despite the windiness picking up a little bit, a very polished landing, not a lot to see. Hey there, Felix. Tuning in from Argentina. Welcome to the show, mate. An ultimate with a super sticker, a coin with a star for the swear jar. Mate, we don't have a swear jar here. We're all good here. Thank you, ultimate. But really, you shouldn't have. You know that. Do me a favor, promote the channel to someone who isn't a subscriber yet, but who might be interested in it. It is 767 time. KLM, no, Icelandic KLM, Icelandair flight 500. Yeah, if only KLM still flew the 767. Flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik, 2 hours and 40 minutes on the way. 26-year-old airplane, first flight October 1997. 1997, folks. Bomb. That looked like a very... That wasn't the softest of landings, let me rephrase it. Not sure if that was intentional. It was a nice test of the main landing gear. Next up, we are going to see a 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, KLM flight 622. Seven hours and 11 minutes on the way. The PHBVR, 8 years old, first flight May 2016. Bietje Puk also in the chat. Good afternoon. The next airplane behind this 777-300 will be a Vueling A320neo that is still flying base, is arriving from Alicante, should approach in the background from the left at some point.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
What is up?
What's up, dude?
Sander is back in the house. Good to see you, mate.
It's quite windy.
It is a bit windy, absolutely. KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Up next, the 777-300 7 hours and 13 minutes it has flown to get here. Landing a bit more smoothly than the 767 of Icelandair just now did. Jimmy, check wat het verschil is met de vorige telefoon.
Holy jeez.
Dit is gewoon alsof het overdag is, hè?
What the frick?
Hardly any reflections, and just the brightness like you're watching it from inside.
Jeez, man.
Bit expensive just for the screen, but it is
Yeah,
perfectly reachable.
Just for the screen, man. All the other features? Nah.
Nah. There's also a pen. Yeah, you can doodle with it. Not sure what to use it for, but the screen at least
Damn, dude.
adequate.
Nice.
Yeah, the old screen it would have been totally black right now.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have seen anything.
What? What's that? What?
I had to keep your hands in front of it to mitigate the reflections.
Yeah. Damn, dude.
Ah, Mark asks airplane dance upcoming. Well, maybe if the crowd behaves, it's in your hands.
Practically mandatory right now.
Yeah, well, we can always see what we can do. Heb je Gerrit wel eens ontmoet? Die zit daar.
Oh, nee.
Gerrit. From not too far away. Gerrit is in Rijnsburg.
Oh, really?
Ja,
Nice. Dichtbij.
dichtbij, precies.
Haring en ui.
Hè?
Haring en ui.
Haring en ui. Herring and onion. Good combination, albeit a bit smelly. Right, we have Welling A320neo arriving from Alicante up next. And we have an A320neo turning in from the left somewhere in the background. That's EasyJet arriving from Pisa. Oh, Pisa. Oh. Could always go for a good slice of pizza any time of the day. Pizza, sparkling wine and good coffee. You can wake me up any time of the day for that.
Pizza on the yes. Yes on the pizza.
Yeah?
Yes on the coffee.
No sparkling wine?
No?
No?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, I like me a good glass of bubbles. Nicely chilled. Best part is when Christmas comes to town and Albert Heijn also sells the blue Stilton cheese that is infused with port. That in combination with bubbles, And you have to have those toasts that are also with sea salt and basil, I think it is.
Yeah.
Basil sea salt.
Alright.
Excellent. That's the. I always stock up on a few of those Stilton cheeses. Put them in the freezer. Hard cheeses you can put in the freezer. Keeps good. That's the best.
Well, guys, you know where to go at Christmas time.
Yeah.
Boy.
Blue Stilton with port. And oil balls, of course.
Yeah.
Gotta have the oil balls. Oily balls. Yeah, you should check out my OnlyFans page come Christmas for the oil balls. Pictures of the oil balls. You can find the link in the community section if you haven't seen it already. There's a teaser over there. If you like what you see, you can also subscribe with a 10% discount. The link still works in the community section. AMS Live OnlyFans page. If you haven't seen it already, highly recommended.
Man, that's cool.
Yeah, it is insane. That's also why it got warm when it was in the case. With the sun shining on it all the time, then it couldn't dissipate the heat. But if you just take out the case and you just put it in the holder bare naked,
Then it's good.
then it is good.
Alright.
Well, so far.
Yeah.
Right, let's see. A320neo arriving from Pisa, the pizza plane coming in. Also something overhead and a contrail. The overhead airplane over there and the contrail over there. That is, yeah, unmistakable Condor. Stripiness 777, I think. It has the green stripes. If you look in the laptop tent, you can also see what I am seeing, Sander.
Oh, yeah.
Unmistakably Condor.
Yeah. Exactly.
And here is the pizza plane. Hey, Rick Meester in the chat, Mr. Master. What up, man? Did you do a rain dance last Monday? None of the weather forecasts predicted rain and I got struck by 2 rain showers. What the fudge? Was that you, Rick? Now, Alvin, what is up, mate, with the super chats? Favorite livery ever? Are you a fan of the Condor livery? What's that? Sony
8100.
Okay.
No, 5100.
5100.
Yeah.
Is that lens detachable or is it oh, cool. A system camera, as they call it then, right?
Yes.
Awesome, man. How many millimeters is your lens? How big is your lens?
Well.
Then you say, well, the size is it doesn't matter. It's what you do with it. That's what matters.
The width.
The width. What's the width?
This is 55 to 210. So
55 to 210.
yeah.
Do you need full zoom if you wanna take a picture from the airplane, the cockpit, for instance?
So,
I'm always pretty far in the top end of optical zoom and often use a digital zoom in addition, and that is approximately equivalent to 600 millimeters with this camera. What does it look like? And this is with a full focal length?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. So 200 millimeter you said? 210. So that is still decent.
Yeah, I'm saving some money for a, what is it? 70 to 300?
Okay.
No. Yeah, 70 or 75 to 300. And then with the APC thing, it
Yeah?
times 1.5 and comes to like a 525 millimeter. It's like,
How's
hello!
how's the image stabilizer? Because you will need image stabilizer or a tripod when you use such long focal length,
Yeah.
or a very short exposure time.
Yeah, I have a tripod.
You have a tripod.
Yeah.
Well, at least a monopod, I think, is required.
Yeah, had one, lost it.
Had one, lost it.
Yeah.
How do you lose a monopod?
Putting it somewhere and not knowing where it is.
Getting older and getting more forgetful.
Hell yeah.
Sipping too much vodka.
No.
Have you been sneak previewing AMS Live vodka already? Eli asks, are you JD in disguise? Well. He also has a little beard. Yeah, that is, man. I can imagine why people might think that you are JD in disguise. Next up is SAS, arriving from Oslo, A320neo, flight 823. 1 hour 29 minutes on the way. The SEROP, SEROP. Little bit back and forth, left and right, banking. You'd think there's a little bit of wind. Someone had a nose job indeed. Also, not only do we have JD, but we also have AD, and AD is our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for choosing AMS Live, AD. Hope you will like it in the lounge. Welcome to the club, mate, and thank you for choosing AMS Live. Now let's have a look. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like this, and let's also have a quick look at the weather situation right now. Before that, flight radar was already open, so we can see that the Emirates A380 is expected 1:25, so it's going to land on runway 27, which will open up around 1 o'clock. Just before 2 o'clock, we are expecting the last airplane of the day, Atlas Air, arriving from Miami, which is approaching from the west and is going to land on Polderbaan regardless, unless something unforeseen happens. 14 knots of wind, more or less from the south-southwest, and we still have that layer, persistent layer of few clouds at 4,300 feet, 4,700 it was earlier in the morning. The temperature slowly climbing to 22 degrees C. 22 times 2 is 44. 44 plus 30 equals 74 degrees Fahrenheit, more or less. I'm pasting the meter in the ticker for you guys so that you can read it back. Has been more or less the same throughout the stream. Rick asks, when is the first fan meeting? Well, the fan meetings go on continuously. These days more streams go by that I have a ground crew with me than that I'm standing alone. So I guess the fan meeting is just a decentral. Everybody comes and shows up whenever they see fit. Disorganized chaos, disorganized order. Hey Jillard, goedemiddag. Jillard done with work, so watching along for a little bit. Well, the plan is to stick around until the Atlas Air A387 has landed, arriving from Miami. Expected a few minutes to 2 o'clock, so we're still going to be in the air for another hour and 10 minutes if the connection is going to hold, because apparently that is now lately a bit of a bottleneck. Even though on my end earlier in the week everything was looking normal. Well, the clouds are definitely in the way of seeing the airplanes that are passing by overhead. Little fly caught in my
What the? No, I'm not getting out.
Now he is. Not a fly on the wall, but a fly on the screen of the camera. We had. Now we have an A320 approaching on behalf of Corendon. That is the Canadian Jetlines. That is, well, at first glance, red, white and blue, but it is more orange than red, admittedly. We saw it before already. Once. It is coming and arriving from Burgas. That sounds Turkish. I'm not sure if it is. It is Corendon, so probably arriving from Turkey. The flight time 2 hours and 49 minutes. That is ballpark Turkey or maybe Greece. Not sure.
Greece, Bulgaria.
Bulgaria? Although I don't know that Corendon is flying to Bulgaria. It's probably Turkey. Lois says hi, quickly joining on my lunch break. Welcome and bon appetit, Lois. Burgas is Bulgaria.
Oh, wow.
Sander immediately.
Yeah, I knew that, man.
Man, I knew that. Yeah. Just casually dropping Bulgaria like I knew. Yeah. I know if I ever play Weekend Millionaires, who my helpline will be for the phone call. Bulgaria. Bulgarian yogurt. Turkish yogurt. Greek yogurt. Pictures of yogurt you will find on AMS Live, OnlyFans page, of course. Rick says, sounds like a Turkish dish. Burgers with garlic. Or hamburgers.
Yeah.
Hamburgers. Grrr. Alvin says, Rick, I think I'll have hamburgers for lunch. Yep. Now I'm starting to get hungry for hamburgers. Next up will be Shamrock in the previous standard livery. So is it retro then already? It's not the official retro livery, but it is the previous standard livery with the darker green. Aer Lingus arriving from Dublin. A320, flight 604, 1 hour and a minute on the way. EIDVH is its registration. 16 years old, first flight November 2007. KLM 737 arriving from Madrid behind it. And the Vueling A320 behind it, arriving from Valencia, which I'm not sure that we can see already. Alvin, thank you for your hamburger super sticker, mate. Enjoy your hamburgers. And Jendrosik says, yay, my lens just got delivered. Well, that means a trip to Polderbaan soon. What kind of lens did you get delivered just now, Jendrosik? What's the girth and the length?
Double cheeseburger.
Nice. Oh, I spy with my little eye. Oh, there was a fly on the lens. Wonder if that's the same fly that was also on my camera lens just now. KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid is the next airplane on the glide slope. 737-800. Vueling and the tap dancers of Portugal are also coming. The tap dancers of Portugal are now number 3.
Oh, there. Holy shit.
Vueling A320 arriving from Valencia, number 2. The KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid, now touching down. No Wi-Fi on board this airplane by the looks of it. Photo bombed by K3, who is conveniently looking the other way, avoiding eye contact. And replace the Sigma 70 to 300mm with a used Nikon 70 to 300. Cool. That is something you need to test pretty soon then, Jindrosek. What have we here? What have we here? Vueling flight 8353 arriving from Valencia. The next airplane to arrive, A320. 2 hours and 6 minutes on the way. And I can read the chat, Wolfgang, but everything is working normally over here. I cannot help it. I'm not getting error messages or anything. Hola muchachos. Marissa says, alright, I'm gonna go. My possible ADHD is acting up and making me restless. Well, if it is possible and not an established diagnosis, it can also still be restless legs syndrome or other stuff. Better have that checked out then. And thanks for joining the stream, Marissa. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you later in the upcoming days. Next up, TAP Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon. Flight 668. A320, 2 hours and 33 minutes underway. Airplane 22 years old, first flight November 2001. Stuff is almost overgrowing in that it is blocking our field of view at eye height. Surely I won't be needing my jungle knife to get rid of some of the plants next time I'm here. Next airplane to arrive is KLM flight 1602, arriving from Rome. It's a 737-800. Let's take some vodka. Stay properly hydrated. Ah, indeed, long waiting lists. I recently spoke to somebody who bypassed getting diagnosed for ADHD. The trick is that you need to find a psychiatrist that has its own practice, a zelfstandig psychiater. If you get a referral from your GP to go to that, it will be reimbursed by the healthcare insurance, but you will be diagnosed more quickly. That is easier than going to the regular route of the mental health care facilities with waiting lists. Guy that I spoke to for my work told me this. He needed to get diagnosed, he wanted to get the medication quickly, and he chose that route. Might help for you as well, Marissa. Psychiatrists are qualified to make a diagnosis. They often are able to see you far quicker than the specialized centers for ADHD. Rick asks, is that a bear claw? I don't know. I know nothing. I know nothing about plants or anything, but this definitely could be one. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The tall unit almost outgrowing us.
Yeah.
Right. That's the bear claw that we were warned for not to touch with bare hands. Hey Infinity, goedemiddag.
A380 above Enschede.
A380 above Enschede. Pluskut. But that's pretty far away still. It is going to land on runway 27, I'm assuming.
Yep, buiten Polderbaan.
Buiten Polderbaan. Vic says, my colleagues sometimes complain that I have a very inactive brain. Well, the recipe is the same. The medication that you can use for ADHD, you can also use to get your brain more activated. Not sure if it is the best for your cardiovascular system, but you can definitely do that, Rick. Also, lay off the AMS Live vodka, of course. That will help. Bare hands or bare hands? I'm busy filming. Let's press it. Yay! EasyJet A320neo arriving from Manchester, the next airplane to arrive. Let's see. Saudia arriving from Jeddah is already on the glide slope for runway 27. What is the next airplane going to be for this runway? A lot of airplanes are now going to runway 27 already. Now, and also a massive big thank you for Roy, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Roy, dankjewel. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Don't forget to say thank you to Roy if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships just now. Be sure to use the custom emojis that are now also at your disposal for a month. If you like being a member, consider renewing it after your month of membership gifted expires. Roy, dankjewel. Thank you so much for that, my friend. And welcome new members. We will have to wait a couple of minutes before the next airplane arrives after the EasyJet that we are now seeing. In the vicinity of Roy flies an Embraer 190 that is arriving from Billund. Roy, if you could scream to the pilots that they need to hurry up, make a bit of haste. Oh, we do have another airplane also coming from, well, it should be flying west of us, EasyJet somewhere. In the vicinity, oh, it's already further to the north. It's already in the vicinity of Beverwijk. Should be turning in. Right, cool. Wind is picking up a little bit. You can see it, you can hear it, you could, well, almost feel it. EasyJet arriving from Manchester, A320neo, flight 22163. The next airplane is also going to be EasyJet. Had an appointment in Amsterdam North the day before yesterday, so I drove over the A5 to Sloterdijk. Past the chimneys of the scale of chimney smoke. Those are big mofos, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They're so much taller in real life than they appear to be from over here.
Yep. That's also with these planes.
Yeah, that's why I think it's always nice if a car drives in the vicinity and you can see the scale, because even the small Embraers and the A320s are still substantially bigger than you think they are from watching them from over here.
Yeah, because now with my new job, I work
On the platform area.
Well, not the platform area, but at the gates.
Yeah?
So sometimes you go looking out and it's like, oh, this is an Embraer. Holy shit!
It's big.
Yeah.
It's big, yeah. Even though it has a single lane,
Yeah.
still 6 people next to each other and a lane. Now, Roy says also, with that bombshell I need to leave this stream, take care of my household chores. Well, thank you so much for joining, Roy. Keep the lady boss happy, and that'll may mean you'll be here again for another stream pretty soon, hopefully. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Thanks for dropping by. Gerrit also fully in gear with all the AMS live stuff. He's watching me, we're watching him. We're also watching for the A320neo that is approaching. It is flying base and it is approaching the glide slope. I'm not sure if we are able to see it already. Arriving from Palma de Mallorca. The backdrop makes it a bit difficult to see airplanes in the in first instance. I'm not sure if the clouds are in the way or not. I think they're probably not. If you see something, do let me know. Yeah, no, it is already established according to flight radar, so too late. Too late. And we have a BizJet that is flying overhead. What altitude is it on? 6,000 feet. Not able to see anything.
Nope.
Not even hear it. Normally speaking, you'd hear it as well, but not here. Now Rick says, don't want to be the party pooper, but I'll have to leave the stream too. Sun is out in Leeuwarden, by the way, so hopefully you'll get some sunshine over there as well. Yeah, we'll see. For now it is still overcast, and I think that's a good idea that it stays like that, because otherwise I think it would become too warm over here. Thanks for joining, Rick. Always nice to have you. It's been a while. Looking forward to the day you'll show up unexpectedly.
Grandstand, all the...
we should put some bleachers here for the audience that also wants to do some spotting, and a little house with electricity and a roof.
Yeah.
Right, A380.
Maybe a couple of signs with numbers, how they land. 9.
yeah, exactly.
7.5.
And of course we have to use reflective paint to paint on the cycling path. Welcome to Rotterdam Airport, Rotterdam The Hague, or Lelystad or something.
Yeah.
So the A380 is now flying directly to the west, already more or less on the glide slope of runway 27. Still in the vicinity of Harderwijk, so we have a few more minutes before it becomes visible for what we can see from over here. We'll try to see if we can spot it. Hey there, Kelly. Good afternoon. Good to see you again. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you. EasyJet returning from Palma de Mallorca. Next up, an airplane with nothing to lose. Clemenza also back. And Rick says, last time I did show up unexpectedly, you weren't there. Yeah, that was my surprise for you. You thought you could surprise me, and I preemptively surprised you. Clement says is back from the groceries are back in the fridge and the freezer. Now lunchtime and watching what happens at Schiphol. Well, we'll be around still for little under an hour until the Atlas Air 747-8 arriving from Miami, that is expected shortly before 2 o'clock, has landed. The next airplane is filled with losers arriving from Toulouse. It's an E2 Embraer. I'm wondering if these are the losers of the Olympics or just French losers in general. Or maybe tourist losers. Losers from Amsterdam visiting Toulouse to do some additional losing.
Wondering what they lost.
Well, if they came from Vegas, it would have been money what they have lost. Hey, you have a good one too, Rick. See you later, mate. Take care. Lois also has to go. Hope to catch you in the weekend streams then. Hey there, Ed. Good afternoon. Danny Rules also needs to go. Albert says there's an Apache above me right now. Oh dear, what have you done? They're coming for you, mate. Hide the stash. Next up is number 190 arriving from Billund. Hopefully empty. Hopefully it didn't bring bills from over there. Okay, land flight 1294. The Faz PHEZZ, 10 years old, first flight November 2013. Let's see, that A380 is now approaching Almere. Let's do a little practice lap to see if we can find airplanes on the glide slope after this landing. So yeah, we had one go around earlier in the morning. Why? Only Lord knows. The runway wasn't occupied still. Embraer 175 if I recall correctly. Okay, let's have a look. First up, my frame of reference on the ground, the Rembrandt Tower, which is over there. That is Amsterdam Amstel Station. Just south of it is where the glide slope is for runway 27, so that means somewhere over here the airplanes have to fly. Provided that we can see them already when they are over there.
Yeah, last one I saw is before you get the with the trees.
Yeah?
Then trees go like down and go back up again.
Yeah?
Above that bulge.
That's pretty close to the runway already.
Yeah.
So visibility might not be that great today. That's already the final part of the glide slope. Now, so far, 0 airplanes. Right, let's reorient. Rembrandt Tower is over there. So we have an A320 and an Embraer 175 preceding the A380. Not the easiest frames of reference to get your bearings in from.
Yeah, I see it.
You do?
Yeah, I see the
You see the A380 or the preceding airplanes?
The preceding.
Okay. Where do I need to look?
It's at that bulge what I said. See that? See? It's more to the right.
More to the right.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, there it is.
a bit lower than I was looking. So that is the A320 Neo. That's the EasyJet. We can clearly recognize it as EasyJet. Means that if we go to the left, we should hopefully see the Embraer 175, which is preceding the A380. Funnily enough, that we cannot see. Okay, I think we do have that now. Yeah, that's the Embraer 175. That means that the A380 more or less should become visible around the same height. Ah, I think I have it. Bingo.
Yep.
Bingo.
That is.
Wow. Talking about needle and haystack. Talking about needle and haystack.
Pretty big needle.
Yeah, big needle, but the haystack is far away.
Yeah, now I see it visual. Above the donkere aarde.
Oh yeah. Yeah. A faint visual. So we have it flying between Amsterdam Zuidoost and Buitenveldert over the Amstel River, part of the marathon, the Amsterdam Marathon. Emirates A388 Flight 147, arriving from Dubai. 6 hours 28 minutes on the way, this one. It's A6EUA. 8 years old, first flight January 2016. Now at less than 1,000 foot and descending. According to flight radar at least. Flying with a ground speed of 132 knots.
That's nuts.
Oh, shoot. This is the top end of optical zoom, by the way, for those of you interested. Nearly 600 millimeters in full frame equivalent. Zooming out, this would be it. Telescope mode engaged, and this is digital zoom, where the zoom slows down a little. Oh. That would be an EasyJet photobombing. Actually, the wind makes for quite shaky footage, even though I have image stabilizer enabled. Right. Here we can only see the last bit of the tail, and I think that's where we are going to lose it. Right, so the A380 has landed. We are going to stick around until one more 747 that is approaching from Miami has landed. Expected time of arrival shortly before 2 o'clock local time. It will land on this runway unless something happens with the runway in the meantime, but assuming there won't happen anything, we will see it land over here. Atlas Air 7478. Meanwhile, this is Air Transat A321neo. Having arrived from Toronto. Meanwhile, Chrissy Coot was swimming over here, but he is now already behind the cover of the grass.
Oh, have you heard? Boeing might bring back the 747.
Boeing might bring back the 747. Nice.
But then with 2 engines.
Then with 2 engines. No, that's a bad idea. We want 4.
Yeah.
That's
That's looking weird.
Yeah, but is it even possible? Because you would need very big engines, and wouldn't they have to raise the landing gear or raise the wings or anything?
That I don't know, but
because with the Max 8s, the engines were also almost reaching the ground already. That was also becoming an issue.
Yeah, but with the apparently with all the new composite technologies and all that stuff, things would be lighter, and with bigger engines, range would be insane. So
okay, well,
still weird.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if we want to see a mutant 747. Not sure if that's
just 2 dummy engines on the side.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would like the look of it. I understand that they want to move to 2 engines, obviously for fuel reasons, fuel economy, but right. Have you seen pictures already?
No, not
or
yet.
Concept drawings or anything, because I cannot imagine what a 747 with just 2 big engines would look like. I think the whole design looks nice when it has 4 engines.
Yeah.
I like the 747A, the GNX engines are perfect for it.
Yeah.
But they mustn't get bigger than that.
I was like, 2 engines? Really? That's weird. maybe a little bit further on the wing.
Still, I think it would look odd. I'm unbalanced, I think. Next up, KLM flight 914, arriving from Aberdeen. Embraer 190. Get out your camera. It's a very rare airplane type. Embraer 190.
It's one with wings.
1 hour and 5 minutes underway to get here. 14-year-old airplane. And we have a 737 arrival from Lion behind it. Wow. KLM flight 1432. Embraer 175 arrival from Stavanger. And an E2 Embraer 195 arrival from Nantes. So the Embraer rush hour once again begins. Apparently not Captain Wheelie today. Not on board this airplane. Can we at least get a wave? Nope. First officer busy. Then again, I'm also not initiating a wave. I'm just waiting for a wave and then I will reciprocate. Obviously not going to distract them with waves. But if they feel so inclined and they wave, then of course the polite thing to do is to wave back. KLM flight 1432 up next, arriving from Lion. It's 1 hour and 9 minutes underway. 737-800, 11 years old, first flight made 2013. Now, according to Flight Radar, this has a ground speed of 143 knots. So it moves faster than the A380 did. That's interesting. It had a ground speed of 132 just before the touchdown. Insofar as, of course, those data in Flight Radar are accurate, which I'm not too sure about. Now, big picture wise, looking to the south, this is what it looks like. Looking to the west, this is what it looks like. We also have some people that are sitting on stools that they brought along with them behind us. Grass has been cut on that side. The grass has been cut on the other side of the cycling path, but over here it is still a jungle. So welcome to the jungle of AMS Live. Welcome to the jungle.
We got bug and planes.
Bugs and planes, yeah. As we would say in Dutch, thuis van alle markten. We've got it all. We've got it all. You want it? We got it.
If not, we can get it.
And if not, we can get it. We just send our cargo 747s out to source everything we need. Embraer 175 up next, arrival from Stavanger. KLM flight 1170. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes. 7-year-old airplane. First flight July 2017. Okay, more Apaches are circling above Albert. and he quasi surprised asks what's going on. Well, you tell us. I think you're the one who has some explaining to do if you have more than one Apaches circling over your head. Anything you want to confess? Anything, any criminal activities that you might be involved with? Oh, Wolfgang linked us a 747 with 2 GE90s. What does that look like? Cannot open the link with my eCam program, so I will check that later. Apparently it looks strange, Alvin says. Wouldn't be surprised. I also have a hard time imagining what a 747 with just 2 engines would look like. In my mind it would look deformed. Time for another.
Yeah, that looks weird.
Oh, you have the picture here? Is that a real picture?
No, I think it's edited.
It's Photoshop probably.
Because it's a KLM, so.
It looks weird.
What?
Yeah, that's a bad idea. If the 747 is going to return in that form, I say rather not. Just leave it then. Well, that's also what I would say, Albert. Didn't do it. Wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Hey there, Aiden Rial. Good afternoon. And any viewers that are still left. We're sticking around. One more 747 expected within half an hour from now, if all goes well. 747-8 arriving from Miami, Atlas Air. Last airplane for today. Mr. Wobbly Hand makes a good suggestion. I think they should use 8 smaller engines. Indeed, why not use 8 blow dryers and make it a double A340? You know, one of those twin mounts where you can mount 2 engines next to each other, have 4 pairs of 2, but then just small blow dryers.
Like a B-52.
Yeah, exactly. I think it would look comical, but at least it doesn't. It would look better, I think, than just 2 big engines. Yeah, that is just not right. A 747 with just 2 engines. Ah, Jeff even makes a better suggestion. Just bring back the B-52.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the 707. Loud engines, smoky engines, and fuck fuel efficiency.
Yeah. Yep.
But since the world oil reserves will go up pretty soon when the next president is elected, I think we should be good.
Oh.
Hey, does it have a fish?
Yeah.
Seagull just passed us by with a fish in his mouth, but flying like 30 meters or so up.
Yeah.
20, 30.
Cool.
Lunchtime. Fresh sashimi. Right, back to the Embraer 190s it is. KLM flight 19, what is it, 32? Yeah. Arriving from Geneva. 1 hour and 13 minutes on the way. 13 years old. First flight August 2010. Hey. No. For a moment. Got me thinking, is this Captain Willy? And then the nose wheel started to drop. Bob will be back in Lurker's Corner. Well, if you're there, I thought I saw a cockroach the other day. Could you have a look? And if you have a can of pesticide and a flashlight, that'll be great. Okay, sensor success, lens tested, looks promising. Only stupid thing I found is that the spots were on my sensor. So he cleaned it with AMS Live vodka and everything is clean now. It is such a multi-purpose drink, it is good for everything. Next up, Air France. Air France up, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, another Embraer 190, 44 minutes on the way. The Verhubeler. It's the FHBLR, the Verhubeler. And the Verhubeler is 15 years old and had its first flight somewhere in 2009. And Wolfgang just copy pasted another link to the 747 pod version. The pod version. Okay.
Different.
I think that even looks better than having two massive big engines.
Yeah.
I think this looks better. It's still not the prettiest.
Nope.
Right, Bob got the spray going. Excellent. No more cockroaches in the corners of Lurker's Lounge. Ryanair is flying base, arriving from Dublin. Where is it? Should be flying somewhere over there. We're all watching here, but nobody is seeing it. Let me check that again. Yeah, it should be pretty near the light slope already. Or is it continuing? Is it continuing? Oh yeah, it is on. It is continuing. Ah, so they're going to do a runway inspection then, presumably. Question is the Dreamliner? Oh no, that is going to Chicago. So that is in outbound. And here we can see the bird control vehicle with the flashlights on. That is why Ryanair arriving from Dublin is continuing to runway 27. Preceding the closure of runway 27, the Polderbaan will get inspected, so that once it becomes the only runway, it will be thoroughly clean. Or at least they have assured that it is free of debris, so to say. KLM Flight 1006 arriving from London Heathrow is approaching, and we have a 737-700 arriving from Bilbao that are underway. Also an A320 arriving from Malaga. I'm assuming that these will all go back to Polderbaan once they arrive. And I can also see the 747 that is now on flight radar flying over Norwich. So about to cross the ocean, the pond, our small, modest little pond, the North Sea. Dreamliner from TUI. Right. Looks like we'll have to wait a little bit. It is good news that this inspection is now going on, because it is a sign of the imminent closure of runway 27. K3 is doing the inspecting. It is a bit windy, as you guys can hear and see. The image stabilizer cannot negate the vibrations induced by the wind completely. It is mostly headwind though. We did see one go around, interestingly. Early in the morning, relatively early. Was a relative early go around already. Meanwhile, big picture wise, there are a few openings in between the clouds here and there. You can see some blue, but the majority of the sky is still cloudy. Wind is firmly blowing from this direction. And even where the lower clouds are a bit more open, you can see some more higher milky clouds. So it is more or less overcast. Yes, it is windy, but no, it's not very crosswindy. No significant crabbing going on. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke looks like this. Several airplanes are on their way. Already in Dutch airspace. I think Vueling might be the first airplane to arrive. Not far behind it is a 737 from KLM arriving from Bilbao. Both are flying in the Rotterdam, The Hague area, arriving from the southwest. There's a 737 between England and the Netherlands, flying this way, arriving from London Heathrow. Not too far behind it is the 747.
Waar je die rode-witte strepen ziet, daarboven vliegt een hele cluster aan vogels.
Oh, oké.
Dan spreiden ze uit, ze komen ze weer bij elkaar.
A murmuration of birds.
Tot ze geland zijn, want
Yeah, I'm also not seeing anything right now. And there are also two, you said red and white, but there are several red and white thingies over there.
ja.
Two boxes,
Ja,
and also something that is part of the ILS system, I think. This?
that's the right one with the stripes.
The right one, okay. So that's this one.
Right above that.
Well, above it, no, nothing is to be seen anymore.
No, now it's at
Wah,
the
wah, wah.
I was like, what?
Jeff says, have I got time to make coffee? Absolutely, you do have
No.
more than more than enough time. You could even take a dump and eat a sandwich while taking a dump. And unless your name is Alan, you would be back right in time. Time for us to take in some vodka. I have to stay hydrated. Well, Jeff, if you could bring us a cup of coffee. I drink mine black. How do you drink your coffee?
Everything in it.
Everything in it. One black and one everything in it. Ooh, that's strong stuff. Kmart never delivered their cookies and coffee. False promises. Maria will be heading to bed shortly, so I will take her cup of coffee then. Now, I said that Vueling might be the first airplane to arrive, but I'm not too sure about it. There's an E2 arriving from Florence, which is interestingly approaching from Markermeer right now, and it is now flying on Markermeer. I think that might be the first airplane. Now let's see, the chimney smoke, that was the line between us and Purmerend. So if we find the chimney smoke factory, once that airplane crosses over Purmerend, on paper we should be able to see it. Alvin depicting graphically what you can still do before the 747 approaches. Eating a sandwich while taking a shit on the crapper. Now, but for real, I was driving on the A5 highway the other day, drove past these. Well, it's an entire apparatus that is behind an entire factory, an energy plant. These are huge, huge. Doesn't look like it from over here, but that is because they are quite far away. Our friendly neighborhood, the police, and the BMW X5, I think.
Yeah.
It's bigger than an X3. X5 probably. Alvin says, has anyone heard of the term blumpkin, semi-relatedly? I haven't. It does spark the imagination. A blumpkin. Is that when you burp up a piece of pumpkin? No, that would be a burpkin. That would be a burpkin. E2 is flying in the vicinity of Purmerend right now, so if we are able to see it, it should be somewhere over there. I don't know what altitude I need to look at. Am I looking too high, too low? You're basically just fishing for something, hoping you catch it. Chimney smoke, that's our frame of reference. Purmerend should be somewhere over there. Not even sure if we can see the E2 from over here. I'm not sure if the clouds are in the way. They could be. Hey, Stacy also in the chat, and Stacy asks, what sort of energy does that factory produce? Well, electricity, I think. I'm not sure. I thought it was a waste plant that burns waste to generate electricity. Well, I'm fishing, but I'm not catching anything, so let's just focus on what we can see best, and that is the glide slope. The E2 should be turning in somewhere in the north. Okay, the suggestion of Alvin, we shouldn't Google, because that is something we might not be happy with. We might regret.
Oh.
Oh, you did?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it in a way that you already looked and were confirming that you shouldn't look for it.
No, but I know enough then.
Yeah, knowing Alvin. Right, Anja has to go. That's a pity. Thank you for joining, Anja. Enjoy the rest of your day. Now we are going to stick around for another 10 or so minutes. Well, there is an A330 also approaching, but that probably will not get loud. I'm still not able to see that stupid E2 Embraer. Is that cloud in the way? I'll betcha that airplane doesn't. Oh wait, now I do. I bet you that it didn't have its landing lights on until just now, and I think there was a little bit of cloudiness in the way. Okay, here we go. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Florence, Firenze. I think it was Filomena Kank that said that the Italians call Florence Firenze to make sure to misguide the tourists so that they will not visit will not visit it. 1 hour 46 minutes on the way. PH NXL, 2 years old, first flight May 2022. Clemencia also confirming, boy, you really do not want to know what it means. Okay. I'll forget it. I'll just drink more vodka and I'll even forget this whole conversation took place. Albert says, now the Zulu is approaching you. It might be for an alcoholic check. That is unfortunate timing.
Okay.
Let's see, E2 Embraer arriving from Florence, 737-800 arriving from London Heathrow, and the Vueling A320 are approaching or are on the glide slope. I have a tough time seeing them. I see this number 2 only vaguely over there. Normally speaking, the number 3 would be at 7 o'clock of the number 2. He didn't say anything, right? Gerrit just left.
Yeah, just...
Maybe he needs to take a pee and is going to the parking lot or something. Now you are starting to make me curious, Clemencia. Otherwise you will dream of it. Nightmares or happy dreams? Right, a few more airplanes left for today's stream. The Atlas Air is approaching. We have 3 airplanes now on the glide slope, I think. Narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. No, we have 2 on the glide slope. The third one is approaching. Happy dreams maybe, depending on how twisted you are. Let's not go there, how twisted I am. How twisted do you want it? Yes!
We can dial it up.
Alrighty. 737 arriving from London. KLM flight 1006. Well, I'm happy to see that my zoom rocker, the on-camera zoom rocker, is functioning properly again. It was hampering a little bit when zooming in and out. I think it was a dust particle or something, so I had a can of compressed air and sprayed it, Spray it good. Yeah, it's working a treat again. I think it luckily only was a mechanical thing.
Was it Monday?
Sunday. I think it was Sunday. Yeah, I think
yeah,
it was
yeah,
a Sunday. It was outbound.
Yeah.
I was late that day.
Yeah, because you were seeing like.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Alvin, thank you so much. Just now gifting 5 memberships, 5 more members courtesy of Alvin. A big thank you also on behalf of the entire ground crew over here. Alvin, thank you so much, my friend. You really shouldn't have. You're doing more than enough as it is already as a moderator. You know that. Don't be a dickhead. You're already the ultimate. Don't be a dickhead in as well.
If people were wondering what is on my shirt, we'll do that. Didn't know if you saw that, but
What does it say? Mad fan.
no, motherfucker.
Ah, motherfucker. Hey.
Curse me out without cursing me out.
Well, fucka is with PH, right? PH-A-K-A. So you did make a little typo there. Motherfucker. What up, motherfucker?
It's more towards Japanese. Motherfucker.
Motherfucker. Oh, you have such funny websites where you have all kinds of pictures of Japanese English.
Yeah.
That is inadvertently funny, or due to their way of translating it, it's really hilarious.
Just like the one that want to learn Chinese very fast? Tilt your head. It's go fuck yourself.
Weren't there also cases of people who got so-called Asian characters tattooed, and it said something like
Way different.
stupid F a-hole or something?
No, I know this one says dragon, so.
Yeah, that's what you think.
I know.
That's what you think.
Actually says peanut butter and jelly.
Exactly. We have an airplane arriving from Bilbao Baggins. Well, it is the green part of Spain, so the north. What's the English word for Baskeland? That's how we call that part of España. Yeah, a little 737 or something. Okay, there it is. The 747, now on the left hand side, being preceded by number 175, arriving from Trondheim. Well, this is the Cargolux 7478 arriving from MyMI. MyMI ready to film this landing. Now, if you look on flight radar, you will see that the flight time is 2 minutes from being 748. 7 hours and 46 minutes on the way now. So the airplane will have flown 748 hours and minutes. Almost. It's now 747, 7 hours and 47 minutes on the way. The airplane is 11 years old, first flight February 2013. Hey there T-Mac, good afternoon. Perfect timing. I was starting to wonder, has the what was that festival again that is being held there? Mysteryland. Is Mysteryland already beginning? Still do, I think, somewhere in August or something, if I recall correctly. Used to play golf at the golf course that is adjacent to that area. So whenever I would be on the practice greens, I would hear the music thump, and I would see people on that hill. Indeed.
All right.
Last year I was standing here and the wind was blowing in the right direction, like this today. You could hear it perfectly fine. Also with the mud run, you could hear the Europa Pa and a couple of other songs were on repeat throughout the day.
Okay.
Well, immediately after this airplane we have an A330-200. Obviously I'm going to catch that landing as well. Although it is a KLM A330, which will probably mean it will be a very subdued and quiet landing. This 747-8 does have the potential to get loud. Let's hope it will. Hey Vinja, tuning in from India. Love back to you guys over there. Perfect timing. Atlas Air 747-8 arriving from Miami. 7 hours and 49 minutes on the way. 11 years old. First flight February 2013. Let's look and listen. Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah. Next please, do it again. Well, let's see. I mean, it has almost come to a complete stop, but it is still moving. It might still go around. Let's wait for clues to see if it is going to commit to landing or if it goes around. Vacating the runway is a good sign. Well, might still accelerate and go around, so let's keep it in view for a few more moments. Spoilers are lowering, so that could be indicative of it going around in a moment. Yeah, it's too early to call. Indeed, yeah, it's a bit difficult. Better look for more signals. Right, last airplane of the day. KLM A330-200. Returning from Bonaire, sorry. KLM flight 767. It's a bit like how you pronounce hyacinth bucket like bouquet. Yeah. This is not Bonaire but Bonaire. Right, on that bombshell, it is time to end, folks. Thank you so much for joining me here. I had a wonderful time out here and I hope you guys did too. Also, a warm, big thank you to the ground crew for showing up. And yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. Thanks for the support, for all the super stickers, the gifted memberships, the PayPal donations and whatnot. Also, a big thank you to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible once again. Hopefully tomorrow the weather will be good enough to go out. I'm not sure yet. They said rain tomorrow, but that's also what they said yesterday for today. And guess what we were just now doing? Streaming. So Fingers crossed. If not tomorrow, then hopefully I will see you all again on Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe. Hope to see you soon. I'm gonna say bye for now and see you again soon.